All right, and we're live. Still trying to fix this bug on the client. It's a bit funky. Every so often, whenever I place a bomb, it doesn't want to update, but other times it does. It's really weird. This is for that SSE thing from yesterday. So you can see here, I've got the game object. It comes in, it deletes, everything is great. It's all working wonderfully. Dynamite update. Wait, no, that didn't work. Because it came in here and then it just stopped. Yeah, it's weird, right? I have this ref that gets updated. And I sure wish I could get like the object reference, like the memory address. The memory address, JavaScript. I'm sure this is not a thing. Yeah, for some reason, it gets in here, the dynamite updater, and then it's like the reference is the same, even though in the code I have ref update right here, where I most definitely 100% do change the reference. Like, without a doubt, it's new. In fact, one thing I could even do, let's see, set new state. How's this thing work here? Set new state. All right. So it's just whatever the current state is and then the rest. Right. Maybe if I do this, I'll at least get a little bit of something. It's delete. All right, let's see if this works. That's still way too much stuff. Wait a minute. I What if it happened again? What if the client wasn't receiving updates? Okay, I've gone ahead, I've restarted the client. Hopefully this works. Okay, that's better. So now I place it. Great. That's more like what I was expecting. Okay. Cool. Okay, that's more useful. So add the delete happens. It says it's a ref updates, and then nothing actually happens. So it's getting to this updater. This use effect for whatever reason thinks that it's the same exact object. But how is that possible? Public game state comes from use public game state. So it must be coming from here. So the public game state. Hi, MXM. Welcome back. I've got the SSE working for the most part. The client and the server is, they're communicating. The only issue that I have is, for some reason, the reference equality is saying that it's the same object, even though I change it. And I've got this shallow copy going on, so I figured the reference equality would fail because it's a new object. And this is what I've got, this part right here. But shockingly enough, that's not being considered a new object. And it should. Like if I have a let A equal foo bar, this is essentially what I have, right? And now I'm gonna say let B equal A. All right. So B and A, they're equal. A is equal to B, it's true. And then let's just say like, well, hold on. No, it's one step more than that. It's more like let foo equal A, I guess. Okay, so foo.a is this thing. And foo is A. Okay. So foo.a is equal to B. That should be true. And then if I delete A brackets foo, so I delete the element from there, okay. Foo.a is equal to B. This should be true. Oh, it's gone off the bottom, right. Let me change that. Okay. So that's true. But now foo.a is empty. All right. But then if I do foo.a equals this, yeah, I think this is what I want. Okay. Now foo.a is not B, right? Okay, that all makes sense. The reference equality is changing. I'm making a new object, shallow copy. It should be different. Now the weird thing is that for whatever reason, it's getting here. It's saying ref update for the key that I'm expecting. But then the reference equality is not changing. You have no idea how shallow copies work? Do you know how reference equality and stuff like that works? Basically, you've just got like, it's pointers, okay? So if you ever dealt with pointers in C or C++, it's basically the same idea. Shallow copies copy like a single level. So let me think if I can explain it. Okay, like you've got this object here. Okay. All of the values are copied as pointers. Yeah. So when I do a shallow copy, like ... foobar, what this means is that A and B, those are the pointers. Those values get copied over. But like, let's just say C equals this thing. So it's a pointer. So if I print foobar, it's got this stuff, right? But now I can do C dot A equals 420. And now if I print foobar again, which was the initial thing, yeah, it's shallow. But if I make it deeper, let me just do this. That was not a good explanation. Yeah, it's only one level though. So if I do like C equals, let's just say, I know, let's replace foobar. B will do like 690, and then we'll have some other thing in here. Let's just get D. Okay. C should be the same. It's the old stuff. And let's go ahead and add another property. Values of C point to values of foobar, but values of foobar don't point to C. No, they're just different pointers. This is okay. So you got that, and you got like. Let me try to do this. Okay, so shallow copy. So C and foobar are going to be the same. Here's C, here's foobar, but because it's a shallow copy, if I do C.E .f equals hello world, it should update in both places because the E pointer is the same. So if I print out C, go to hello world, and if I do foobar, it's going to also say hello world. But I guess if I do C.A equals like 9001, now they're going to be slightly different. Like that. So it's a shallow copy. The first level is like points to new memory. Anything that's nested, that pointer is still the same. Because this here is a pointer. So it just copies the pointer. So whenever you modify what's there, you know, that's how the shallow copy works. And this is part of reference equality. So if I do something like saying C.E is equal to foobar.E, you can see that it's true because it's pointing to the same, it's the same value for the pointer, same location and memory. JavaScript doesn't actually expose this very well though, so it's a bit hard to debug. Because in JavaScript and stuff, you're not supposed to really think about this kind of thing. It's supposed to just magically work. But when you're using useEffect, reference equality is what gets used. It's a JavaScript moment for sure. So I'm dealing with reference equality, and I need to make sure that I change the reference. So the question is, how do we make sure that we're changing the reference? If we do a clone deep, then it'll change. But we don't want to do clone deep because it's expensive and it causes a bunch of re-renders that are not necessary at all. You would have thought clone deep would copy the data instead of referencing it. It does, but that's not what we want. Because when we've got this thing, right, we only want these references for all these colored green dots to change. We don't want the references for the white ones to change, because if we change those, then this will cause re-renders and will cause issues. And there's no need to do those re-renders because the value didn't change. So we need to figure out why this isn't working. Okay, so we delete the thingamabobber. Then we iterate over the ancestor. Well, let me just look at the console again. Maybe the console will explain. So here's the delete. No, that's not the delete. Okay, you know what? Let me just do another one and then that'll make more sense. Okay, let's just do this. Great. Okay, clear that place. All right. So now it's going to go explode. Now we're going to get some extra info. We see that the ref update here for game objects is supposed to change, and it did not. Okay, so what I can do is at the very start of this method, we'll get the current game object. We'll get a reference to it. So basically whatever the value of that pointer is, and then we'll compare it at the very end, and we'll have like it just return true or false, or print it out. That'll tell us at least what is going on. Okay, state dot public game state. Wait. Abstract game state public. Oh no, that's not it. Wait, public. Where's the game state? This isn't right. Game state public user, game state private user. No, that's not it, right? This is game state public. I don't think this is the bug. I think this is just a type bug. All right, so we'll do that, and then we go over here. All right, so now I just gotta wait for this thing to pick up. Come on, it's not a score. What else is it? It's this thing, I'm a bobber. Okay, well, it's got nothing in the game state public. Let's check out dynamite types. Maybe there's something in there. Let's see. Public config, no, not there. Game state public user. This is what I want right here. Game objects. Okay, so that's the game objects reference. So if this is the same as what it is at the very end, then we have a problem. So then we do that. Okay. Yeah, I'm hoping to get done with this as soon as possible. I just have to fix this one bug. Hi Bruno, welcome back. Apologies for the boring SSE stuff the past few days, but we're almost done and it's a major performance improvement. Good morning. I've got my tea. Okay, so now I have a console log message that will tell me if it changes or not. Game objects changed, false. Game objects changed, true. Okay, great stuff. Bubbles. So add a game wait, what? False. And false. Okay, so yeah, there's obviously something going on here. Good to see you too. Thanks for showing up. Okay, this is the problem right here. For whatever reason, we're not changing the game object. Confirmed, 100%. Game objects changed. True? When I changed the user's direction, what in the heck? There's some funkiness going on. Some serious funkiness. I appreciate it. Okay, maybe that will help me understand what is happening. So its current state. Game state public. A game mode called Funky Magic? 8 p.m. Wow, it's 3 a.m. over here. Let's see, so how do I solve this though? Current state, game state public and private, and all that other jazz. Okay, you know what? What if I do this as well? Because what we're doing is we're changing the pointer for current state. So maybe current states game. No, there's no way. This has to be the same. Okay, so end game object, start game object is the game state game objects. Public game state right there. Public game state, which is the game state public. Game objects. So if this is equal to start game object, a dream to visit Australia and New Zealand. I've been to New Zealand. It's beautiful. They have hobbits in New Zealand. Did you know that? They don't actually have hobbits, but they have hobbit homes. Okay. There we go. Replace that. False and true. How does that make any sense? Game objects changed. False and true. False and true. True and true. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. They have drop bears in Australia? So the end game objects is state, public game states, game object, state, public game state, dot game object. So that's the same as current state, game state, public game objects. They're the same thing, guaranteed. The only thing I can think is that maybe the compiled JavaScript is somehow different than what I'm seeing in TypeScript. That's the only thing I can think of. Oh wait, the value is always going to be true, won't it? Because it's the same thing and it's supposed to always be true. Okay, so that's just saying like, yeah, that's obviously the same thing. Oh, right. I want not is equal to. They're... Okay. So that's fine. Okay, so game objects change. It's changed if it's not is equal to. Sure. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. All right. So I place it. Game objects changed. When I change the game objects, yes, obviously, that makes sense. So then we've got delete. Game objects changed. True. It changed. It did change. So I'm not going crazy. We got the change. We do have the change. For some reason then, the use effect doesn't say it's different. I'm very curious. Okay, let's just do this real fast. Clone deep. All right, so what this will tell us is we're forcing it to be new. And if we get the same thing, like it should always be changed. You can see here, this is what happens if I don't do the shallow copy and I just deep clone everything. It says that the game objects have always changed. So then the delete happens. It still doesn't come up to the game objects. That's very, very strange. That simply doesn't make sense. The strange part is that we have this updater, it's calling this clone deep, and then we have this use effect, and it's not getting triggered. And the use effect is supposed to change if game objects changes. And this is what's breaking SSE for me right now on the client. Because this game objects, it never gets into this use effect. Which comes in from public game state. All right, I'll try to get this done, and then we'll do some bug fixes and stuff. If I can't figure it out soon, then I'll just finish this up off stream and we'll move on to something else. Okay, so place that. Okay. Hi, Buna, welcome back. I'm just trying to sort out this one odd bug. Yeah, it says game objects changed. Maybe what it is that the way I do this set new state, it's actually, wait a minute. Oh yeah, set new state takes in states. That's the state here. So let's take it in from here as well. And now we'll do the end one as well. Get that bug. This one's a tricky one. You know, it's about referential equality with objects and stuff. And I understand how it works. But, well, you know, it can be a little tricky. Okay, so game objects have really changed. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Okay, so if the start is not is equal to the end, so if this is not equal, then the reference equality has changed, which is what we want. Okay, it says it has really changed. Wait. Okay, so we did do that. Okay, what if I do this? Let's just make like a global here, just like sitting around. This is totally valid. Last game objects ref equals null. Is same ref? Okay. Or is different ref? Last game objects ref. If that's not is equal to game objects dot, or no. Yeah. Not is equal to game objects. Okay. Hi, LFS. So what this thing will do is it'll tell us if the ref actually has changed. This will work because this is essentially a singleton. So here we go. Now I've got this dynamite is different ref. Okay, so here we go. Is different ref, true. Is different ref, okay. Place that. And now it should be true. It shouldn't be different every time. Oh wait, actually no, it should be. Clone deep. Let's place it back with this. All right, so I place that down. And now, let's see, where was it? Game objects. No, it was this one. Okay, so whenever a game objects changes is different ref. Game objects change. True. Is different ref. True. And then it didn't get called. That's very surprising. We're changing the ref. Okay. So it is different. If it's different, then that means use effect isn't working the way that I'm expecting it to. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, there's something weird going on with this. React packages, okay. Thanks, bouncing across. Welcome. I appreciate the raid. So what we're doing is we're working on Foony. This is currently we're doing a game called Dynamite, which is kind of like Balloono if you've ever played OMG Pop, or kind of like Bomberman. I'm working on replacing server sent event or replacing Firebase real-time database with server sent events. And I've got this one weird bug with referential equality and the use effect. My understanding of the way use effect works in React, which I use as my main framework here, is that use effect will do reference equality. Now the weird thing is that for some reason it's not doing that because the reference is changing and then the use effect is not triggering. Very strange. And yeah, we're doing a Bomberman game. I've got a big list of tasks today. Obviously not going to get all these done today, because most of this is just doing this SSE thing. If you're not familiar with SSE, it's kind of like a one-way WebSocket, but it's simpler to implement. The main difficulty for me is that we're doing what the real-time database for Firebase does, but in far fewer lines of code. We're just doing like a less good version of it. But now, why is it same? If the values in the list change, and they 100% absolutely do change. The thing with this is like, I can't just change the code here for the updater. I have to change it at a lower level because otherwise it's just still gonna have bugs. Let's see, update global state is basically just set global state for each of the keys. It's whatever the value is. Yeah, okay. Let's update value. Oh yeah, bouncing. How did your stream go? I forgot to ask. Okay, so bounce. Let's see. We've got this stuff. Am I full-time Foony-ing? I am full-time Foony-ing. I've done Foony for the past 2 years every day. Except for a break I took to work on crypto stuff. If is function, return new value, else return new value. Okay, that's real simple. So that gets an updated value if the global state is not as equal to this updated value. They paid that well in Google then? They pay pretty well, but like the amount I got from Google is not enough to retire. Even living on a shoestring budget, it's not really enough. If I had stayed there for an extra like 5 years, maybe it would have been. But you know, I do my own stuff and it works pretty well. All right. Enough for 2 years of no income. I have a little bit of income. It's just, you know, do startups and entrepreneur stuff, and hopefully you can scrape enough pennies together to pay rent. Your stream went well. You're working on a personal project. A weighted collection of objects randomly from a set. Discussing the best approach for a weighted collection of random objects from a set. That's actually similar to something that I implement for the items, actually. I don't know if it would be useful to you, but let's see. I do some funkiness with items. A word experience, add item, maybe item drop, get item drop. Yeah. So basically I have like items, each of those items have a different weight, and then I add up all of the weights to get like a total weight. So like, let's say we had 3 items and we had like the following weights. Let's say you had like 4, 7, 2, 3, 13. You'd have a total. And so then what you can do is I think I did something where I normalized all of the weights to 1, so that they all add up to 1. So I'd do like item weight dot map value over the total weight. So then they'd all be normalized, so they add up to 1. And then you can do something like math.random times the item weight, or yeah, the length of that, so you get all the items, and then you take the floor, and now that's a random item. I think that's basically what I did, but I'm guessing you wound up doing something along those lines. How is game objects updated? Game objects gets updated from this game room hooks thing. So I'm receiving packets in from the server, and it's just kind of like patching whatever the current objects are with a new state. The main difficulty is that it's not changing the ref the way I want it to. Or no, it is. It is changing the ref. But why isn't the use effect triggering? It's changing the reference, the object reference, yeah, but it's not kicking the use effect. It's not getting into use effect. Which is real weird. Maybe I need to keep the ref the same and update the underlying values instead? Well, it does update the underlying values because it deletes one of them. Maybe instead of deletes, I could try this. Node pointer bracket key equals null. That's not quite the same though. Hi Minmo, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? You know, I think we're just gonna move on to something a little more interesting than the SSE thing though. Just because, you know, me trying to debug this thing for like the next 4 hours might not be quite that entertaining. So for those of you new here, I am working on Foony. This is kind of like a revitalization of OMG Pop. If you've ever played that, it's kind of the same concept. It's like an MMORPG website with lots of games. I have made the vast majority of all the stuff. So I've done everything except for chess, and I've done like the vast majority of the code for the site. We're in the middle of a redesign for the site. So we've got like this purple theme that we're working on. Hashtag we debug. Yeah, good luck with that. This one's a reference equality bug where the reference is changing, but the use effect in React is not triggering, even though the reference guarantee that it changes. Chess, that's what you were streaming before coding? Okay, cool. Yeah, some people like this game. I'll rework it a little bit so that it's um, more gooder. Okay, so what did I just I made a change. Oh, right. Yeah. I made it like null and I wanted to test that out. But delete should be fine. Like, it really should be fine. Okay, let's see. Place it. And then boom. Okay, so setting it to null. And Python, I'm guessing that's some sort of like JavaScripty Python thing. Okay, so setting it to null failed horribly. Game objects changed false. Oh no, here it is. Game objects changed. Different ref. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna come back to this. I need to like dig into the Firebase code or something. Oh, Java plus Python. Okay, interesting. So I'm guessing you've got like static typing and stuff? All right, let's get some bugs fixed and some other stuff. You're curious how work is at Google? Let's see, work at Google is, well, I don't know, it's work, I guess. It's a little political, and the higher you move up, the more political it gets. But it's pretty relaxed. You know, you can work 40 hours a week, but you're probably not going to get promoted unless you work really fast. People there are brilliant, and they'll take care of you there. And the code you see is beautiful, beautiful code. You're exploiting Swing, writing Python code. That sounds very interesting. Seeing as how Swing is very much a Java thing. Everything about that hurts. Yeah, I can imagine. Okay, we got that. Console log. Let's see. Okay, so console log. There we go. Let's just remove that. I guess let's just do this constants. Okay, here we go. Feature flags. I'll just disable it for now. All right, so we've done that. We did the builds. So you go back to the server, npm run build. All right, let's get some bugs fixed. Fix bug where round time is 0 and it doesn't work. Okay, so this is a bug with dynamite. So if I go to dynamite, types. Every language you've made is equally stupid. Did you code your own language or did you use a language? Let's see. Let me think. This is round time. Here we are. Minimum is 20K. That's the issue. Minimum should be 0. Now it's fixed. So let's see. I think that's all I need to do. Yeah, that should be fixed now. You coded a few shitty ones? All right, that's really cool. Coding a programming language is very difficult because you have to do like the parsing of all of the tokens, and that's really tough. I coded a really simple scripting language at one point, and you had to just like, I had this massive regular expression to tokenize everything. It was awful. Are the npm package security vulnerabilities worth worrying about? Probably. Okay, let's see. Go ahead and we'll stop this. When I worked at Google, did I have any experience with Blaze? I did. You said Bazel, and that is the open source version of Blaze. So yes, at Google, virtually all of the code uses Bazel or Blaze. Take care, Memo, and thank you again for the raid. I appreciate it. Now, instead of Bazel, though, there is also a Facebook alternative, which is basically better Bazel, because the people who made Blaze left Google to make Facebook's version. But yeah, I haven't used this in ages, but it's really cool. If you fix one, then it breaks other stuff. I'm curious what, yeah. But yeah, we do this all the time at Google. Like everything uses Bazel or Blaze or whatever. Makes me kind of miss it now. Overcomplicated? You should see the way people at Google use it. If you think this is complicated, the way they use this at Google is ridiculous. They basically use it like Python because that's what this is. It's just like a simple Python. So you've got like functions that create like a bunch of these, you know, different binaries with all kinds of stuff, and then they're doing weird stuff where they fiddle around with the outputs, and I don't know, there's some crazy stuff going on. Yeah, it's something I haven't heard in a long time though. Basil, whatever. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll build that. Great stuff, everything there is built. Go ahead, run this. All right, let's start this back up. Should you just get rid of packages then? If you don't need them, yes. I try to limit the number of dependencies I have. So if you're pulling in a new dependency for one small little part of that library, maybe reconsider. Okay, let's see. So this one's fixed. Rewrite gold tooltip. Let me double check that, make sure that it's fixed. So if I do advanced, I should be able to disable the round time. Yep, cool, it works. 100% if you don't need them, it's bloat. Absolutely. Even with tree shaking, it's still bloat. Define not technically necessary. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll get this commit in. Should just be that one and that. Okay. Fix disabling round timer. They help with adding useful features. Are you able to implement those features yourself with a few lines of code? Few lines of code. Luxury features though? What's a luxury feature to you? We'll do that one. Let's go ahead and get that in, get this in. Get all these changes in. Got to get them committed into the code. Use game room connect. All right, so that's basically real simple. Cool. So another thing I like to do is instead of having a bazillion gazillion branches, I like to put things behind feature flags and just work on one branch. Even though this branch is called flat theme, this should really just be master, and I'll rebase onto master in a sec. But I have these feature flags, and when I change this one, just a single line, it changes like the whole UI, or it changes the networking that the games use, or it changes the, in rendering system from phaser to pixie. And it's just like a one line of code, and that's very powerful. And we use that extensively at Google, because at Google, everything is just on a single branch, unless you're working on Android, and then everything's just, I don't even know. But you just, code and you just commit onto this one branch, and it's always in the working state because of all the tests. And when you want to turn a feature on, you just change the feature flag, a one line of code, which makes it really easy to make rollbacks. Okay, so this is fine, even with all of the console logs, that can be very easily removed as soon as it works. Let's see, all of this is fine. You can imagine migrating an existing code base to a monorepo is a nightmare? Absolutely. In fact, I'm not even sure having a monorepo is all that great, because like at one point I wanted to have all of my design files, which are these giant PSDs, in the repo, and that was a terrible idea. for many reasons. So I don't think monorepo is great unless you have a lot of software engineers and are able to actually set something up that's pretty good. It works at Google, but I don't think it works all that well outside of Google, just because of how difficult it is to get right. Maybe someday. Oh, you like your branches? I don't like branches. I'm very much just like a master only, just one branch, no other branches. Like if you're working on a pull request, then it's in another branch. And then you merge the pull request by rebasing it onto the master branch. So all of those changes are just on top. So you're still very much in a mono repo, or sorry, a mono like one branch. Let's see, what else do we have? Dynamite game area. Oh, right, yeah. Here we go, we'll delete that. Which means I can now delete this. All right, so now that we've done that, I'm going to go ahead and push. And I'm going to rebase that onto master. If it's a project you care about, you have a dev branch and master branch, then merge from pull request to dev and dev to master. Why do you feel the need to have a dev branch? Is it just that you use the master as this is the version that's currently live, and then dev is the latest version? So master basically points to like an old place in dev, and then whenever you want to push a new site or a new version, deploy it, you just, now it's here. I think that's fine. So you're still basically on one branch, it's just using master as the version that's deployed. I think that's okay. You have stricter tests for merging between dev and master versus dev and pull requests? I guess I do something similar with my deploys. Okay, so let's do this. Rebase the current branch onto master. Wait, no. I don't want rebase, I want to push. Should really... Oh well, that works. Cool, okay, so now that's done. Now I can go back to master. You bundle changes into releases on master? Yeah, that makes sense. All right, so now we're here, and now we'll go ahead and rebuild everything. All right, what's the next one? Rewrite the gold tooltip. Well, that's an easy change. Hi, Envy, welcome back. So I've narrowed down the bug to this SSE thing. Or to this like use effect. Fix use effect breakage with SSE. It was your interview? Oh, it was your interview today. Right. How did it go? Okay, so we build that. Great stuff. Okay, let's rewrite the gold tooltip. Oh yeah, you can see now I'm back on this version. Gotta go ahead and just stop this. Restart that. That's pretty good. You messed up a few questions. That's okay, you know? That's really good practice, no matter what. Let's see. Oh, we've got a pull. That's why. Okay, flat theme does not exist. Okay, so let's go ahead and go here. Rebuild everything again. CRLF. Oh man, you have spoken a great evil here. \n only. You know, I'm hoping that someday, they will remove the \r and it will just be a single \n. Still messing with socket? Yeah, I'm moving back to like site and doing the theme and stuff. There's just one edge case. It's really strange. On the client side only, this is just a client issue. I'm getting the update. I'm changing all the values that should be changed. I'm changing the reference equality so that it is not equal anymore. And for some reason, even with a different reference equality, the use effect is not triggering. So what I have to do is I have to look at the way use effect is implemented in the React code and figure out why exactly it's failing. Maybe I'll make my own use effect just to see what is going on because it's so bizarre. I'll be right back. Spaces are also a waste of bytes? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's not go Silicon Valley here. I like my spaces. And comments too? Oh, you probably don't like variables that are the full word either. Let's just make everything a single letter. You know, why are we even using JavaScript and stuff anyways? Let's just use assembly. New features are a waste of bytes? Oh no. Can you imagine how much less code we would have? How much less advanced we'd be if we were all coding in assembly? Take like a whole day to implement a linked list. Probably take like a week to implement a linked list or something, but it would be fast. Use a magnetized needle. Oh god. What Foony game was the hardest to make? That's depends on the question. Or I mean, it depends on the way you define hardest. Hardest as in required the most time? Maybe Papa Word. But like if you're talking about now, I could implement Papa Word in like a day or two. So it's kind of like with each new game, it gets easier to make more complex things because I've got more tools at my disposal. Dynamite is relatively complex. Like this is the most complex game I have because it's like a lot more real time and most frustration during development. Paint job. Definitely paint job. Because the thing that made paint job really hard is the performance. When you write like this, there's several things here that make this tricky. One is this paint fill needs to be accurate. So when I do this, I don't want to see white in between the black and the orange. Amount of Fs per line of code, pretty much equal because I don't really, or I try not to, you know. But number of fiddlesticks, I'm not sure. But yeah, so this was rather tricky to do. I think this actually uses a filter that makes all of the things that you draw have 0 alpha. So yeah, there's like a WebGL shader that removes any you know, alpha from this. And the reason that's important is because this is not a circle. This is actually just a PNG. It's like a shape. But yeah, performance on this game was difficult. So right now you can only paint with circles, right? But if this game ever becomes popular, I can introduce other shapes. Also, getting this cursor here to be the actual size that you're painting with was not trivial. That was actually tricky. And yeah, so that was rather tricky. Okay, let's see. We are doing gold tooltip. Right. So gold tooltip, collect gold. Collect gold, okay. Collect gold from playing games, or actually play games, get gold. Right, play games for gold to buy items from shops. Hi, Key. Welcome. An IETF RFC. International something something thing? I'm not familiar. Oh, is this one of those things where it's like, where it explains the teapot in HTTP? Is that one of these things? Why are we going for a more flat look for Foony? Because Gen Zers and stuff get overwhelmed when something is too colorful. So it's simpler. Plus, I mean, I actually kind of like the flat theme now, you know, now that I've used it for a little bit. It's just something about it that I actually like. But I'll try to have like a toggle to go back to the old theme. Okay, so that one's done. Dark theme looks good. Thank you. I'm glad. We could probably have like a poll, see what people prefer. You're a Gen Zer? Do you, okay, so then your opinion is very important. Do you prefer the flat theme or the current theme? No, I'm kind of kidding, but I would like to know your opinion. Gradients on buttons look really legacy. Yeah, they do. This new flat theme is actually, it's more efficient too. So it's a little faster. It's easier on graphics cards and stuff. It's less wow. It's less like, you know, you look at this old design and you're like, how on earth? Because some of the CSS is rather complex. You think both look good? Great. Good, I'm glad, because we're gonna totally go flat. So let's just do this. Rewrites, gold tooltip to be more helpful. Explain how to get gold people who don't play games. You feel like flat is very modern, materialize-y? Good. Great stuff. Yeah, that totally makes sense. I like this coming soon thing now. I'm glad we did this. All right, so we've done that. Let's go ahead, get that committed. Okay, what's the next task? Item tooltip stays open. Oh, here we go. The UI gives you such 2013 Flash game nostalgia. Does the new UI still give you Flash game nostalgia? I really hope it does. Because that's kind of what we're going for. That's kind of the point, right? We are bringing back OMG Pop. The art is great. Thanks. Yeah, we have like some people we outsource to, and I'm really happy with the way the art turned out. I'm a really big fan of World of Warcraft and kind of that art style. And so I like that super saturated, very cartoony kind of color stuff. 100%, it's amazing. Great stuff. Okay, so item tooltip stays open if it's active and you navigate to another page. Okay, let's see. How do we do this? Item tooltip. So I believe there's something on here where we've got like a buy sell dialogue or no. No, there's something even more. An item tooltip, card tooltip. Yes, card tooltip. This thing. Where does that come from? At a glance, it looks like one of those old online slot games, but slightly less dodgy. Oh no. Everybody's saying it's like a casino site. Everybody says it's like a casino site. Oh no. How have we fallen so far? You know, at this point I should just like embrace Web3 and crypto and be like, yes, this is Ponzi Foony or something, you know, and just have like some kind of pyramid scheme or something for Foony. I would never do that. But yeah. Man, how do we get away from looking like an online slots game? How do we get away from that? Card tooltip. Okay, we've got that. We got chat tooltip. No, we don't want chat tooltip. This is what I want. It's wrapped in a click away listener. This right here. Wait, no, that's Snapchat. It tricks the bong rats into spending their life savings. I don't know what the bong rat is. But I'm trying to target humans. I want human players primarily. Free money? That's always nice. You know, at one point I did consider something similar to, I use Windows 11. I do use Windows 11. I like it a lot. I know there's some people who hate Windows 11, and I don't understand why. I like it. It does great things. Oh, Australian slang for drug or gambling addict. I apologize. I didn't mean to use that word. I had no idea what it means. Should you be using Windows 11? If you want to. Is it even officially out? I thought so. I don't know. I guess so. It must be officially out. Linux is wonderful. I love Linux. I'm a big fan of Ubuntu. Yeah, I think it's it used to be in preview, but now I think it's released. There, you know, I've got my hands like this, that way it's kind of like I'm shouting. What's this alternative? Okay, so let's see. Oh, hey, Coding Butter. Yeah, I remember you. Welcome back. Okay. Oh, you're talking about the SSE alternative. So there's this thing called SSE, and it's server sent events. It's a one-way connection. And the way you do it is you do this like event source. So here's kind of what it looks like to do connections and stuff. So you just have an on message, it's just an event, and you just handle the data as it comes in. For writing out, you do this. I'll go ahead and I'll update the stream name in a sec because we're working on the theme for now. Yeah, so I just do this like broadcasting thing, and at some point, all right. So basically, you just write some data, and the format of that is like data colon, you know, this thing here. But yeah, so I find it a lot simpler. The reason I like it is because it auto reconnects. You don't have to worry about that. You don't need a fancy library. It's just event source, and it's just leaving a connection open. It's very, very simple to use. So this is like the header, like, you know, you just do this, you write this step to the header, and then you just write to this socket as it stays open. And it's fast. I was testing performance. It is way faster than my old method of sending the data to Firebase and then having the clients listen to Firebase. That added like an extra 1 to 200 millis or more. The new method works great. I even tested it with 1,000 bots and very inefficient packets where I just sent the state of every single bot like 5 times a second. So it's like 5,000 packets a second. And the CPU performance was fine. It handled it like a champ. Okay, but yeah, we're working on performancey stuff right now. Item tooltip, right? So why is the item tooltip the way it is? Right, that doesn't have any items. Here we go. Got some items here. Component tooltip. All right, so it's just a popper, heat mounted anchor element. Well, how does it stay open? Be back in a bit. All right, well, thanks for showing up. Seems like most people prefer the new theme. If you haven't voted yet, please vote. It's ending soon. I really want to know what people prefer. I guess they haven't seen the full new thing. You've heard so many horror stories with Linux. I try it every once in a while. Okay, so I was gonna go here, or was it? Was that design, was it? Oh, goodness. I don't remember where I have all these files open at. I know where it is on the VM though. Documents? No, that can't be right. New theme wins. Wow. Hands down it wins. Let's see. Save as, maybe? No? Where the heck is this file? File info. Can I open recent? This is what I wanted. So this, I can't wait to do this one. This will be cool. All right. So I've got that. Okay, you know what? What brings up the tooltip? That'll help me out here. Item tile. This right here, which uses this really crazy like delayed render, handle tooltip card, on click, on mouse over, on mouse leave. Handle tooltip card. Ensure that we close the hover tooltip if we're going out of scope. So here's what that bug is. Okay. So we have type. All right, so we've got some entering and leaving. If I click on it, it's active. Now we've got enter and leave and all that other jazz. Okay. Click away. I've got a click away listener somewhere. On mouse leave. Close global context tooltip. That's what it is. Okay, set global context tooltip, close global context tooltip. Am I the only dev for Foony? No, but I'm the vast majority dev for Foony. So all other devs combined do maybe like a few % of the work. I'll get like a pull request once a week, maybe, and it'll be like some small thing. That's just kind of how it is. So I'm the only like full-time Foony dev. Handle open dialog. Okay, so we've got this stuff here. Item shop tooltip, generic context. So that's on close. It's got to be one of these. Probably this one right here. And then this one's on handle open dialog. So that's just gonna close. Not really sure how this one works, but it does something. Item, item, close tooltip, question mark. This is buy, sell, dialog, close tooltip. Here we are. I bet this might be it too. Generic context tooltip on close tooltip. That should tell us what's going on. Okay, so when I click on this and I click away, generic context tooltip on close. Okay. That's probably where we want to make the change. So we'll just go ahead and log that. Okay, so there's an event going on there. All right, so if I click away, we get the events. Great. Click, get another event. Click away. So we got an event and we didn't close. So this is why. However, we also get some other events. Like if I click this, okay, if get global state is active and not eDefault prevented. What I think is happening is even though we are active, the other thing is not. All right, let's try this out. Okay, so here we go. Click away. Okay, true. That means we were active. That's what we were expecting. Click away. True. Okay, that's perfect. That's exactly what we want. This is good. So, not default prevented. So with these links, the event is getting default prevented, and because of that, it's not closing. Unfortunately, I didn't leave myself a comment on why I have the default prevented check here. It's probably important, so I probably can't just disable it. Let's see what happens if I disable it. Now, it's just immediately going away. That's why. Okay. So somewhere we're preventing the defaults. How did I first get started with programming? I was in middle school and my friend was learning C++ because that was all the rage back in the day. And I wanted to make games and I had tried making like some simple RPGs with RPG Maker way back in the day, and that was fun. So I tried making like a really big function to make a game because I didn't know how to do multiple functions, but I knew about Go too, and that was really useful. Never use Go too. So that's kind of how I got started, but then I stopped because I got bored. I spent some time making some HTML stuff, but nothing really major until probably until college. In high school, I dabbled with Arc Basic, but that was just for a semester. It wasn't until college where I really dove in. And that's because I was playing some video games and I was having fun just coding and, making stuff. And I haven't really looked back. I've been coding almost every day since then. Like almost every day. Not every day. I have taken some breaks, but I usually code. So something is going on here. I don't even remember how all this stuff works anymore. So it's some kind of a click away listener with a handle close, which closes the global context tooltip. Okay, so then that updates whether it's active. Your only real problem with C++ is header files? Yes, header files are annoying. I wish that C++ did not have header files. Let's see. So this right here, set global context tooltip. That is what's opening up the thing. I see. Needed to prevent an early close. Okay, I have a plan. C++2. How about plus plus C? Instead of it being C++, it'll be plus plus C. And that has to be a higher version than C++ because it returns a value that's higher. C+++. Oh, that's too many pluses. It's a lot of pluses. You hate Rust's syntax? I never really got into Rust. I think when I was looking at it, the ecosystem wasn't quite there. That's one thing I really like about JavaScript is just you can do a lot as long as it's not machine learning. Machine learning for JavaScript is not good. Okay, so we've got that. I'm beginning to understand here what it is we must do. Nav chats, okay, game room hooks, inventory tile. Something or other about this prevent default. There it is. So can I clone deep? I don't know if I can clone deep this. This may not work. C plus equals 2. JavaScript just not fast enough for a lot of stuff you want to do? I mean, it's single-threaded, unless you're using web workers, but those are wonky. Not fast enough for a lot of stuff you want to do. I'm very curious what it is you want to do, where JavaScript is not fast enough. I mean, it's a total valid thing. C++ is faster, like far faster. Clone deep didn't clone it. Oh no. Okay, fine. .3D games. Okay. You're limited to C++ or C sharp? I would honestly say C sharp might be better than C++ for a lot of 3D games, unless you're working at like a big company where they can afford to iterate slower. Okay, so this is the target. Okay, so default prevented, yes. All right. Now if I click away, boom. Default prevented false. Okay, so if the default prevented is false, that's fine. But what about if I do this? How do I know that this is different? C++ is still significantly faster than C#. You like speed? Do you like computer speed? Or do you like coding speed? Because if you can get something done in C# or one of these other languages 3 times faster or 2 times faster than in C++, is C++ really better? But C++ is great. You know, I've got a friend at Google and he swears by C++. And he's brilliant. So, you know. Composed, control key. True, false. Let's see, default prevented is true. Okay, detail. I'm looking for something, some kind of a variable or parameter here that I can use to differentiate valid clicks from ones where I do need to close it. Do I want 10 frames or 60 frames? I want 90 frames or 120, but I'm okay with that compared to like 500 frames. So I still want the performance, but I believe I can get that performance even in JavaScript. One thing that you may need to do in JavaScript that you don't need to do in C++ is tune for performance, because in C++ it's already so fast. And the garbage collector might get in the way, but it's not as bad as some people would have you believe, I don't think. And there are ways around it. You know, like object pooling is a very common one. Okay, so the window, which, no, none of that. There is one thing I saw here, which is offset X and offset Y. Or no, not that, page X and page, no, not that one. Return value. This has false for return value. I don't know what that means. But here it's true for return value. What even is that? You feel like if you get to the point where you have to spend a ton of time optimizing your JavaScript to infinity? Yes, I agree. If, like, that's the trade-off, is how much time are you spending optimizing your JavaScript? I'm also very concerned with performance. I feel like if I don't make something that's performant, then I'm doing my history a disservice. Like, you know, if I make something and it's slow, I don't know, I take it personally. Okay, so clicked, clicked. There must be a difference between these. Original target. We could look at the target and then see if its parents at some point is a link. And if it is a link, modern software takes fast hardware for granted. Yes, it absolutely does. So, you know, Moore's law, every 2 years or so, we double our computer speed. But then we also double the cost to run everything by about 2x. So, you know, you end up being able to run the same stuff as 2 years ago. Not quite. Graphics get a little better, but it's not like we're running at, you know, 10,000 FPS or anything crazy. Okay, so looking at the parents and the ancestors, that's not really useful here. Alt key, bubbles, button, cancel, no, cancelable. Instead of default prevented, maybe what I do is I just make another change to this. Kind of like a sentinel value. And if that value is present, it's kind of kludgy. There's probably a better way of doing this. But that might be the best solution. Key dot prevents default. So here we go. Needed to prevent an early close. This right here. Because it then goes to this other one for the generic context tooltip. But this. Can't I make it so when I load a new component, this tooltip is closed? Yeah, I could do something like that. Yeah, you know, okay, you know, that might be the cleaner way. But that's not always, like, that's not gonna always fix it. Because there could be another event that prevents the default, you know, somewhere else. It's not just changing this, it's anytime the default is prevented. But what I really want is if you're clicking away, I don't care if the default is prevented or not, I want it to go away. I could do something really hacky like generic context prevented equals true. And then I could check for this property. But that's super, super hacky. When you're simply clicking out of the tooltip, yeah. That would be like if I don't handle the default. But then it closes early. Because the click that opened it is getting handled to close it. So it opens and then immediately closes. Like this should work. But it is a little hacky. And by a little hacky, I mean mega hacky. That was supposed to work. Let's see what happens. If this doesn't work, maybe there's another way where I can just do another call and then it can just like force it open again at the end. Undefined. That's not supposed to be undefined. Item tooltip card. Let's see. All right, so it gets called here. It's opening. Click. So it's an on click. Some mouse overs. Okay, so it's the different events that gets propagated up to that. Okay, so we can't just modify that, but we are getting in here. That's useful knowledge. So let's do this then. This is generic context. Tooltip callback. So let's not do this, and then it'll say that it closes, and then maybe at the very end over here, we can have something, and we can see like when it's getting closed. End of, I'll use item tooltip card, callback. So if it's getting closed within this callback, then there's something we can totally do. So click. And then a generic context tooltip callback. Yeah, see? So it's a different event. We could do something really hacky. No, it's going to be different event anyway. So I was going to say maybe we could check for referential equality, set this as like some kind of a global state and say, hey, this particular event, just ignore this one. Actually, that might end up being what we do anyways. So do a click there. Okay. These two events. The target is the same. So if the target is the same, I could just say, hey, that right there, yeah, don't close. Oh, no. Yeah, I could do that. It's not great. Okay, the alternative is to just whenever the page changes, right? Sure. You know what? That's going to be way easier. Let's just do that. Serious sloth. All right. So here we go. We've got these routes. I think this will only occur when the route changes. Actually, I'm not sure entirely. Let's see, routes. If there's an event clicking on target X and then another event clicking on target Y, then close X. Oh, maybe we just do this. So we have routes, we have this generic context tooltip, which is a click away listener. Why don't we add something here? And this will be like a path listener. And when the path changes, we close the pop-up. That would only work though if the path changes. So it would work from like here to here because the path is changing. But it wouldn't work if I click that. Okay, well, that closes anyways. Is there anything else? Okay, you know what? It seems like it kind of works. Great, cool. Okay, let's do this. So we have a function, which is a path listener. Listens for changes to the current path URL. If a change happens, we close the tooltip. So let's see. To do this, we've got this post page. Here we go. How's this work here? Params? No, I don't want params. I want the path. Which would be something like use history. Use location. There. Oh, and it doesn't like that there's two children to the click away listener, so let's just change it to do this. There. The path listener doesn't need anything. Oh, it needs to be JSX. There we go. I mean, alternatively, I don't need to split it like that. Nah, I like splitting it up like that. Because I don't want to re-render this when the location changes. I only want to re-render this part. All right. So here I can see I've got a path. Shockingly, I got it 3 times, but I can see the location only changed once. Path changed. Path changed. Yeah, it looks like it works great. Are there any times where the path changes and you have an item tooltip open and you don't want it to close? I can't think of any. Okay, so this should be good. This should work. There, just a few lines of code. Very simple. And we can just delete all the comments that we added. Okay. Obviously don't need these comments here. Discard that. All right. And we can discard this comment here. Let's test it out. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. Click on this. Click away. Oh, it worked. Amazing. Oh, I don't want to equip that. Give me back my brush. Yeah. I got the cool brush. There. Fixed. All right. Checkout keeps loading if you're not signed in. Okay. So for this one, let's sign out. Gotta fix these console errors too. So that's GitHub Desktop. Yes, it is GitHub Desktop. Is it really useful? It's okay. There's a better one. but the other one doesn't really support WSDL 2, so I'm forced to use GitHub Desktop. The other one, I think it might have been Git Kraken. Yeah. This one here is what I would use if I could. But they don't support WSDL 2, so I cannot give them money. It's so sad. All right, let's fix a bug here. Mooey skeleton. So that's what's happening. Do we have a make styles that's useful here? That'll tell us where we need to go to. Shop tabs, there we go. Shop tabs, great stuff. Breadcrumbs, trail, shop tab. Wait, what? What? Shop of breadcrumbs. No, I don't want that. I want payment tab. Yeah. Is downloading and is email verified. Oh, well, that's the problem right there. Is downloading and not is email verified. Here is where we show the thingamabobber and we say, so sorry, but you cannot buy from us. Only registered players can buy gems. Sign up. And now I need to say like, sign up. Let's see. Can I just have like a sign up button? Sign up. This thingamabobber. Log in modal. This is one of those things where I really wish that when I first made Foony, I knew about this. Because I would have made this like a global thing where I can just like say open up the thing. But unfortunately it looks like it's not that simple. Yeah, I've got this toggle login modal. This should really be a global. It should be like a global state thingamabobber that I can just toggle. All right. Well, it's not. So I guess I can rewrite it. Hold on, right back. All right, so here's what we can do. Toggle login modal. That needs to be out of here. It's no longer a property. It actually does quite a few different things. All right, let's move. Okay, we've got anchor elements. Mobile, more anchor elements. Mobile, more anchor element, anchor element. Login modal tab. Login is open. And now we basically just do this simple stuff here. Anchor L. It's going to be mobile more anchor L. There we go. Okay, so we've replaced all of those. And now we can simplify all this jazz out. So yeah, this basically is my alternative to Redux. It's just, I find it easier to use because you use it just like you do use state. And it's just that easy. All right. And now we can export this. Toggles the login modal. To show logging in / signing up. And now that we've done that, we go ahead, we go through here. We no longer have to pass all this stuff in. Handle profile menu open. That doesn't really get passed in anymore either. Simplify all that stuff. Great. Okay. And that's almost done with this. And then we can make a sign up button that toggles the login modal to the sign up tab. And now we can do that anywhere in the code we want. Let's just make sure we didn't break anything. Seems like it works. Nice. All right, so all that works. Now we can have a button here. That toggles the login modal. Great stuff. Now we can go ahead, we do the same padding, but we're gonna need to change the margin on that almost certainly. Don't need a key anymore because it's not inside of a list. Spacing there's a little funky. Spacing here's a little funky as well. Great stuff. Okay. Why is it not working? Is done loading and not is email verified. I just realized I've got something all ready for this right here. So, okay, we need to figure out what's going on. All right, let's just add this button now because that to me seems useful. Okay, so display the skeleton. If not, it's done loading. We're done loading if email is verified and user ID. It's not done loading because undefined. Email verified. This is undefined because profile private is being null. And so we're doing this operator here, which is taking null and it's returning undefined because this field doesn't exist. So we have to check profile private, which will be either null or undefined, instead of this field. So to do that, we do this. Profile private, then not else profile private. That may not make a lot of sense, but basically if this is a truthy value, meaning it's not null, it's not undefined, it's not like the empty string, it's not 0, it's not false, then return email verified, else return this. Because profile private can only be an object, null, or undefined, we're basically saying here that is email verified is now undefined, null, or the actual Boolean value of email verified. So now you can see what's happening here, right? It's coming in, we're getting the user ID, and now the email thing comes in, it has finished loading, it exists, it's null, so now it's loaded. And now we can go ahead and we take this, and let's just center it. So flex scroll 1 and justify content center. I think it might be align items. Yep, align items center. No. This is not a display flex. Oh, that's ugly. Okay, flex direction column. Oh, now that's weird. Yay, that's less weird. Cool. I don't know how to style this because I am not a designer. Should I put sign up to the right or should I put it underneath? Should I put extra spacing? Like this, maybe? I need extra padding here. Like that. Okay, cool. A little more spacing between the middle and the top. Bottom two. Just like that. And like this. All right. Let's go ahead and check. A bit close together on the bottom. I can do that. Make it a little more. But I don't know, I kind of prefer this one though. Just because I felt like the sign up is more of the body. So I wanted that to be a little closer than the header. I don't know. Again, I'm not a designer at all, as I'm sure you can tell. All right, let's go ahead and get this implemented. So, that is for this part. Absolutely. Let's try that out. Bam. Thank you for the help with that. And look, it opens up. Yes! It opens up. That makes me really happy. Because now I can have these, I can open the sign up from anywhere. So now I can stick these sign up buttons everywhere. What I'm thinking is maybe we can add like 30 of the sign up buttons to the home page. And then we can have like 20 more on this page. That way we make sure people sign up. You know what? We can have like a sign up page. You click on /sign up or /register. Wait, is /register a thing? Ooh. All right, let's do. How would one not want to sign up after that? Exactly. Good thinking. So, first off, let's go ahead. We'll get this commit in. Okay. Okay. First of all, oh, let me get this is done loading thing. Do a /register and use, yeah, okay. Good idea. Let me get this commit in real quick like. Okay, I've got this one in. All right, so this is fix PayPal not registered, skip, always loading. All right, get that commit in. Okay, time to do routes. Okay. So let's see, what do we got here? We got a route for /register. Okay, all right. Got a nice route for this, and this is register page. And people will know that this is a register page. Okay. And let's also add it here for sign up. You know, gotta make sure people really know about this thing. Okay. Pages. And now we need a register page. All right. So we obviously need some sort of a button thing here for sign up, right? We got to do this correctly. Okay. Function sign up button. All right, return that. Great stuff. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, great. And let's just do this const elements jsx.element array. Okay, return elements. Great. $10,000 is a lot. But you know, if that is what you want, what is auto importing all the right components? IntelliJ. I like IntelliJ, I'm telling you. There's reasons I like it. Okay, so this is sign up dash, okay. All right, now I need to import it from this one over here, okay. Oh, whoops. There we go. All right, so we go ahead and VSC doesn't do that. Oh no. All right. So that's a lot of buttons, but we can improve this. We gotta improve this because we gotta do something here where it's not just, you know, whoosh, right? We gotta make this a little bit better. So we want a display flex, right? Should be obvious that we want that. And now we want like flex, how do I make it wrap? Display flex wrap. Yeah. We want some flex wrap going on here. Perfect. But let's go ahead and flex direction column. Well, maybe I want row. Yeah, that's what I want. There we go. And I can click on any of these to sign up. Perfect. Okay, great. That was great. And now people will know to sign up. Okay. Give me a second and then I'll go ahead and I'll do a deploy so people can play around with it. So people can sign up. I feel like I should probably reduce the number here or do something. The performance is just not amazing. Because it's 10,000 elements. Maybe like 1,000 is good enough. Yeah, I feel like that's probably better. In case you missed it, you sign up here, /register. Yeah? Okay. I think this is my favorite page now. It's so simple. Like, look how little code it is. Could probably simplify the code even more. I feel like it's simple enough though. All right, there we go. Let's go ahead and push. All right, I think I just do a deploy, right? Yeah. Fingers crossed that this won't break anything. Hopefully my tests will tell me if it does. Fingers crossed. All right, and that's another bug fixed. Checkout keeps loading if you're not signed in. Done. Fix use effect breakage with SSE. Sounds like a very simple bug because look how few words it is. Unfortunately, that's not how complexity works. This is actually very hard. Change the email link to continue login from an error to a warning or success. I think we could handle that. Yeah, I should be able to handle that one. Except that it's really hard to actually trigger it. Maybe I can go into the database and I can like delete my fingerprint, and then the server will think that I'm on a new computer, and then it'll give me this thing. Ensure that magic link email is stored locally so you don't have to re-enter your email with a magic link. It should be. This should work. I'll test it in a bit. Oh yeah, we wanted to make like a convert chimps to gold thing, right? What on earth? Cannot call ref on a deleted database. This is the thing with Firebase Emulator, is that sometimes it just gets funky. let's just restart it. Hopefully that'll work. Working on the deploy. I gotta pass the tests, otherwise it doesn't deploy. Max concurrent socket connections. What is this? Oh, right. I think we already tested this. That's already fixed. Okay, so we've got a dancing emoji we have to do. I have a unit test I need to write. Wait, why is it still failing? Writing a single page app? Yeah, this is using React, Firebase, TypeScript, Phaser, or Pixie.js, depending on which rendering thing it uses. In the backend, it's Kubernetes, which uses an ingress for load balancing between like a cluster of servers. I think that's most of it, most of the tech that gets used. I'm switching away from the real-time database to using server-sent events, which very few people know about, apparently. But it's basically like a simple version of Socket.io. It's a simple version of WebSockets that only goes in one direction, from server to client. Now, if the tests would work, that would be fantabulous. If the tests don't work... Oh, there it is. Yay! The tests worked! Fourth time is the charm. Never mind, jokes. Some tests passed, and then these ones failed again. Oh. Cannot read properties of null. DB local state broadcast. Oh, that's actually a bug. Okay. Dangerous set state broadcast. It doesn't do anything for broadcasting because I have it disabled. Reading rooms. Oh. And this is why I have integration tests, because integration tests catch a lot of bugs. And you don't have to worry about them because it just, yeah. Can you see my package JSON? Ooh. I don't know about that. Yeah, of course. So yeah, here you go. Here's the client's package JSON. You can see this is how I do stuff. Oh yeah, this is fun. Simple bar is something that we use to get like that same kind of style that you have on Twitch. So you know on Twitch you've got the scroll bar for the chat and you can scroll up and it still magically works even when there's like 1,000 messages a second. Simple bar does something similar. You can set it up so that it works really well. And I was really careful in optimizing this so that it works even with like 1,000 people spamming messages in chat. That was non-trivial. And there's like a very special, like new version of Simple Bar, which I think it was Simple Bar anyways. Pretty sure it is. But it's really neat. It adds some like extra CSS stuff. And I need it because I need to know when the page stops scrolling so that I can reload stuff. And I had to backport the new version into this older version and then compile it locally and include that with my source code. I have to do that every once in a while, just because like the open source version is buggy or broken in some way. And the alternative is to actually make a change, right? And send out a pull request and have them review it and get it approved. And I've done that before for like this TS-JSON schema generator, which is really neat, but still doesn't have all the features I need. So it's a cool project. All right. It's deploying for really reals this time. Fix broken tests. Tests were broken because broadcast was happening when env.rooms wasn't defined. Didn't even know this was possible. All right, so that's fixed. It's fixed, gosh darn it. You can stop failing now, tests. DB local state line 25. No, I actually had a bug in my code. But it was a bug that only showed up during tests, and I think it's a test-only bug. Oh, line 252. 252. It's fixed. Why is it saying it's not fixed? Maybe I just have to rebuild the server. I think that's what it might be. All right, I need to break the site redesign down into pages and components, because just having a single thing here for site redesign, it's a little bit too vague. So what all does the site redesign entail? New game details page. What else? Oh, we did that yesterday or the other day. New lobby. Oh yeah, here's the new lobby, by the way. So we're simplifying it a lot. You can see there's a lot more space now for chat. There's more space for, well, everything really. Hopefully it's cleaner. Let's see. New chat bubbles. What else? We're basically done with this. Still failed. Can I read properties of null? Oh, this .env was null. Index.test.ts. Right, because I forgot to do this. Env dot state dot set environment env. So we don't want that question mark there. Okay. In fact, we don't want the question marks, period. We want to amend this commit. All right. Yeah, so the fix for the tests was to fix the tests. Not even a change to the code. It's supposed to be like, wait. Oh my lord, I can't code today. There we go. My chat is fluent in Latin. Chat. Oh yeah, yeah. This is probably like lorem ipsum, right? But where's the lorem ipsum? But yeah, this is basically just. Have you ever heard of lorem ipsum? All right. Alrighty. Okay. Deploying again. I think this is all right. Oh, is there a new profile page? Okay, cool. Just got to make sure everything that has a new page looks good. So I think maybe we can do either the lobby today, or we can work on the game details page, because I think the rest is basically done. I guess we'll do game details. All right. Move that one up top. Here we go. So my platform will be some sort of Steam? No. The other games are placeholders. So our designer, for some reason, really likes using these placeholders. I wish he would just use our games at this point, but these are the placeholders he chose. These are just placeholders though. Nothing special. This is definitely not going to be Steam. It's going to be more like OMG Pop or something. Oh, and hi, Sketch. Welcome back. Okay, did it deploy? Oh, it's deploying. It's finally doing something. And deployed. All right. So you should now be able to go to foony.com/sign up if you want to sign up. Wow, look at all the signups. Okay. So, time to implement the new game details page. Okay, so let's see. That all looks good. All right, anyways, let's work on game details now. Actually, hold on, let me try to make the sign up page feel a little less awful. Apparently it's a bit laggy. Okay, 100,000 elements is a bit slow, so I think I need to limit it before I do 100,000. Let's go back to 10,000. Let's just refresh. Okay, so 4 seconds of jank. That is a lot. That's so terrible. So terrible. What happens if I don't memo? Is it just as bad? Essentially just as bad. Okay. So memo does not really help. And if anything, it makes it same. Really same. Whatever, I'll just do this. Oh, you know what it might also be is it might be more expensive on the main site because the buttons aren't flat and are a lot more complex. Okay. I'll deploy later just because I don't want to spend time deploying right now. Reduce / register page button count. If we really cared about this page, which we don't, we could always do something like a special kind of list or something that is virtualized so that it only generates the components that you see, and then as you scroll, it'll just reuse the same component because they're all the same. But we don't care that much. We could do something like that. We could have an Australia mode where transform rotates 180 degrees. We could totally have one though. We could have like an Australia mode, and this would be the Australia mode. It doesn't work. This is so... Oh god. This is impossible to use. Maybe if you type /Australia in chat, they could do that. That's really dumb. It's super dumb. Great UX for sure. Oh god. Yeah, okay, let's do it. Okay, so the most rootiest root thing we have is probably the site wrapper. Australia or Austria? I think we'll do a slash Australia. Hi, Tedgeton. It's gotta be Australia for the memes. Okay, so transform, rotate, 180 bag. So we really want HTML. That's the one that we want it on. It's gotta be on that. Okay, so this no evif, how does no evif work? All right, so I've just got to make sure that I can do this easily. So like, let's see, we've got site theme. Lunchtime there? That sounds awesome. Okay, so here's how the document element, the class name, CLSX. What am I fixing? I'm fixing the most useful part of the code. I'm adding a slash Australia because it's missing. And slash Australia is supposed to, you know, flip everything. Okay, so I'm just trying to think of the best way of implementing this. Good luck, thanks. I'm just thinking like we've got this site wrapper here. It should actually be a command for the chat. Yeah, that's what it's gonna be. It's gonna be you type slash Australia and then it flips everything. Bang flip. It could be both. We can make it do slash flip or slash Australia. Both work. You can rotate the monitor instead. You can do both. Rotate your monitor and slash Australia and you're basically playing like normal. I think it's as simple as this. Hi, Avus, welcome back. I'm adding some Easter eggs into Foony real fast. All right, so now we have chat. All right, so if message should forward slash just be like a command? Yeah, it should be, right? Like if you start with like a forward slash, it doesn't send anything. Well, I need to make a way of like client-sided error messages that show up in chat, because currently it's just a view from like whatever is in the database, but it seems like we want a way of being able to push a message that's not in the database and have it displayed. Bang error. For now, I'm just going to keep it really basic. You've just got to do the exact thing. Okay, split page is now a thing. Okay, so now I need to implement in Australia. So the way I'll do that. Let's see, we got typography. There's got to be an easy way of doing this with MUI. Without just like import CSS. Oh, right. How does the spin me around thing work? Oh, yeah. That's where we go. This is what I wanted. Yes, this is perfect. Ha 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 ha. Okay. So if dot Australia, then transform, rotate, 180 deg. All right, so if I'm in a room, perfect. Very nice. Slash flip, slash flip. Yay. Pop-ups are a little weird with like where they show up. Oh wait. Oh my god, it's so hard to play like this. Yeah, this is totally... I could probably do something where I check to see if the page is flipped, and if it's flipped, then I invert the X and the Y so that these work properly, but I don't care. I don't care that much. Okay. Australia and flip are now a thing. You'll get used to it. I live in America, so I don't know if I'll get used to this. And slash Australia for better Australia UX. All right. All right, we've added slash Australia, so anybody who's playing in Australia, they can actually see the site now without it being upside down. It should be really good for them. I'll get that deployed soon. All right, and pushed. It's pushed, it's not deployed, so you can't see it yet. Okay, that's enough procrastination. Let's do this game details page. Oh, I've been procrastinating this because there's a lot to the game details page. Well, I thought there was a lot. Source components game details. All right, we'll replace it with that. And then we can just modify this as needed. Okay. If it's not found, then it's not found. Okay. Hero image. I noticed there's not a hero image in this new one. So I guess that's just Gonzo. Okay, there's no game banner. Game details schema. I believe this is the SEO stuff. Yeah, it is. Okay. Hero image. That's just Gonzo entirely. Game nav bar. That's a little bar thingamabobber. Yeah, that's Gonzo. Game details tab. So what all do we have? We've got 3 things. We've got the rooms, the games, and the middle thingy. Okay, great. So we'll just go here. That's basically the home page. Is large screen, then it does all rooms. All right, and then that's game grid section, which is just a game grid. Oh, and it should be rooms only for that game, right? Okay, so far we've got this. All right, so instead of tabs, we have these buttons. So what do we need here? We need like a main page. What's it called? Main menu. Yeah. That's what it is. Game main menu. And we need to pass in the game ID to that. Pass in the game ID on that one. Then we have to add a game main menu. Take care, Rolling. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. All right, so we need the thingamabobber in the center, then we need the title, and then we need all the buttons. All the buttonses. And my Italian, absolutely not. I'm American. I'm white. White and pasty. I do like pasta though, and pizza. I like ravioli and spaghetti. I like all the pastas. That's good. I like pasta. Tomatoes are good too, but I can't eat garlic, unfortunately. No, I'm kidding. I like garlic. Okay, so we have this stuff. So we need the game title. Okay, so we need with a little bit of adjustment, we should be able to get this design. Now, how should that work? Should it be a fixed size? I'm guessing it kind of should be. Like, what if I make this really big like this? Should it stay just 2? Or should it grow and give more? You know what I mean? I guess what we can do is we can just have breakpoints. Maybe it'll be like 2, and then at a certain point it'll go ba-boom, and it'll be 3, and then ba-boom, and it'll be 4. Maybe we'll do it that way. Because we know what the size of the game cards is. It's specified in pixels, so it's very specific. So we can be very specific with it, and it should be okay. Alrighty. Let's see, what all do we have here? Game grid view. Yes, it is a game grid. Class name, grid class name. Great stuff. Game grid view, scrollable, thingamabobber. Okay. We can work with this. This we can work with. It can be worked with. That's what I believe. Okay. So this is going to be classes dots game details game grid, and this will be classes dot game details game grid inner. Naming is hard, I tell ya. I mean, we could just call it this instead. We could just be like blah blah blah, and now it's a name. But the Nahoxentau Dixent. I feel like I'm summoning something with that kind of name. Summoning the old ones. The computer old ones. They would look at my code and they'd be like, oh, this is not performance. Where's the Fortran? Where's the assembly? Okay. And it is hard, isn't it, Bruno? It's like the hardest thing a programmer has to do is name something. Okay, we've got this. Let's do some padding. Let's do 16 pixels. That sounds nice. I like 16. It's like you have many children and you can't repeat their names. It's like the Brady Bunch, but worse. Is it possible to play with chess? Someone over there? Maybe somebody will play with you here. Eventually I'll add like a bot, like a machine learning bot, so then you can play chess. You know, chess is shockingly popular. I'm surprised how many people talk about it, so maybe we should actually give it some love, actually give it some stuff. Yeah, Fu, I think we've got somebody who can play with you. Okay, so let's see. Do that, okay. Padding 24 pixels, and that's on game details, game grid. All right, we've got padding. Now we need to make sure that our spacing is happy. All right, so we want to take this game card list item, which is going to be the li of that, and we're going to make it like not that big. All right, let's see. So what's the pixels of this? We have 13. Well, 13. How is that even possible? Because you double the number. That's what it is. You double the number. That's the answer. It's just that simple. You just double, you take the number and you double it. All right, well, that works. Double, double. So that's the li. Game details, game grid inner li. So this will be and li. And the padding is gonna be this many. Okay. And now that we've done that, let's go ahead and add some padding around here-ish, I think. And the padding will be this many. Or not, it'll be more many. More many. Okay, what's the padding? We also have a border around this. So border will be 2 pixels, solid purple-ish. Oh, maybe that needs to be on this outer thing. There we go, perfect. And then of course we've got to change this and make it less funky dunky. Because the border radius is only like 16-ish. No, it's like 12. Though I have some kind of fact about myself. I don't, not yet. Let's see. I mean, I can just tell you a bit about myself. Like, what do you want to know in particular? I worked at Google for about 3.5 years. I've worked on my own for a long time. I worked at a small company for about a year. I've been coding for, gosh, professionally about 10 years, but total about like 14, I think. Somewhere around there. Why did I leave Google? You know what? This is a question that gets asked every day, so maybe I will put this question somewhere. I left Google for a number of reasons. The main one is I wanted to work fully remote. Another really big one is I want to work on my own time. I love working, but I want to work my own hours. Other than that, you know, my mom was having some health trouble and stuff at the time, so I kind of wanted to spend more time with her and all that jazz. There's a lot of things, but those are the main. All right, so we've got this game details, game grid, movie paper rip. Yeah, that one in particular, it gets asked a lot. But Google is a great place to work. I mean, they pay you very well. It's very chill. You're working with brilliant people, and the code is beautiful. It's great. But I just kind of wanted to try my own thing. Yeah. Another big thing is I wasn't going to get promoted for like another year at least. And it's kind of like there's this, I don't know, it just felt a bit off. Like if I worked 60 or 70 hours a day, I wouldn't see the fruits of that for a very long time. 60 or 70 hours a week, not a day. But yeah. Do the border radius. Oh, right. So we've got the border radius. We got to fix the color because the color's definitely off. The way I'll fix the color is just like this. Bum, bum, bum. Got my beautiful list thing there. Alrighty. I'll just zoom in here. Yeah, you see this? There's like multiple purples here. 1, 2, 3 different colors. That's because the way this border is done is a semi-transparent border. But we're not going to do that. We're just going to do a solid border. It's going to be practically the same. You won't be able to tell a difference. And if you say you can, then I don't believe you. Oh, actually, I mean, it does look like a solid color. It legit looks like a solid color there. Let me just zoom in. Maybe it just didn't paste very well. Yeah, there we go. Perfect, perfect. Okay. Boom. 140, 73, 202. Okay, perfect. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is a solid color. I could be wrong. It's happened plenty of times. I mean, I was wrong just the other day. I was saying something was a side channel, and that was the wrong term. It was not a side channel. It was a out of band. It was out of band. That was the right term, I think. Let's see. Okay, it's one of these things. I'm guessing it's probably going to be one of the ones at the bottom. Yeah. Right here, the stroke. Oh, it has a drop shadow? No way. Oh, yeah, it was a solid color. To do for chess, when people play rematch, the colors of white and black should be swapped? Really? Is that a thing? I didn't know this was a thing in chess. Um, hmm. Might be able to do that. What about just like random? Or no, I guess random is kind of weird. Yeah, I guess we could maybe swap them. We just swap the teams that they're on. A bit of an edge case just for chess. Should be able to do it. White has advantage. See, I don't know enough about chess. I believe you. Okay, oh, white does have an advantage. Okay. Let's try this thing. So if I, there is a thing. See this? Look at that. It gets bigger. There is a drop shadow on this. It's really hard to see, but there's a drop shadow right there. Yeah, see that right there? Look at that. Drop shadow. Drop shadow. These are the tiny little things that I look at whenever I'm implementing these designs, because I want it to be as close as possible to what the designer had in mind. It's probably not necessary, but I just like to. Now the question is the drop shadow intentional? Maybe I won't worry about it, just because I don't know if it will look good. So it needs to be the movie paper thing. Bum ba bum ba bum. Alrighty. To do for chess, you should see opponent's cursor mirrored as he's seeing your board upside down. Yeah, I need to rewrite the way the board works for chess. Because right now, like, I want to look at chess.com and see the way that they do the chess and see what good UX stuff that they do that we should also be doing. Because they've done a lot of really great UX. Yeah, I need to rewrite a lot of the chess stuff. But again, like, this was a game that I did not make. This is the game I did not make. Apart from like the secret hidden game that we have. So I'm not overly familiar with that code. Lichess? Okay, I'll do that. But priority for me right now is focusing on dynamite because there are no good alternatives for Balluno or for, 100-player Bomberman. If you want to play a Bomberman game with 100 people, then you play on Foony because there's nowhere else you can play. Oh yeah, there's another thing. What is that thing? I've got to do it here because it's expanding and there was a way to do this where it doesn't take up the whole height. Oh, I think I fixed it. And then it gets funky there, but that's fine. So that is this game details, game grid inner. I just feel like Foony is lighter and faster with this theme. Even if it's not, it feels faster just because of the flat theme. Like it probably actually is faster, but it just feels faster even if it's not. All right, so now we need to fix the sizing of this whole thing. Great stream, by the way. Quick question. If someone only had a limited time for an opportunity, would it be okay for someone to learn TypeScript with only basic knowledge of JavaScript? Absolutely. In fact, I would recommend TypeScript over JavaScript. JavaScript is, it's okay, I guess. But TypeScript, the extra types are so good. I take it your question is more like, you have an opportunity right now for coding, and you're concerned that if you try to learn TypeScript, which you want to learn, maybe it'll take you longer to pick up the basics. And this is like an opportunity you have that's on the table, and you have to learn how to code by a certain date. Study hard, work on stuff, make a simple project or something to really learn. But I think TypeScript is vital for any kind of decently sized project. And it doesn't matter if it's 2 people or more that work on a project. I would say TypeScript is important, even if you're working on, by yourself. If you're working on a large enough project, TypeScript almost becomes a requirement. There is actually a single piece of code that I have that is not in TypeScript, and that is this very basic file here. It's 170 lines. So for something like this, it was actually simpler to do it in JavaScript. But if this was multiple files, I would have done TypeScript. It's just this is a very small very small file, and I was not the original author here. If I was, it probably would have been TypeScript. Hi, Aaron's here. Welcome back. We're working on the theme a little bit more. We're doing this page currently. Also, I added a new page, a very useful page for people who forget you can actually sign up for Foony. So I made this page so people don't forget that they can sign up. It's a little Easter egg. Then I also added this other, oh no, I can't actually join anymore on localhost. How do I get into a room? Oh yeah, I could join somebody's room. No, I don't want to crash someone's room. Oh, I have an idea. Let's do this. When you enter the verification code, the button starts to spin. Oh, that's really strange. The button starts to spin when you enter the verification code? Gee, I wonder why that happens. It's almost like it's intentional. Yeah, when you log in, the button also spins. Another question, how is it possible that at the moment you're working on a project and showing its source code? Simple. So you know those NDAs? I'm just ignoring the NDA because I co-founded the site, so I can do whatever I want. This is my project. I can show the code. Is it open source or on GitHub? It is not open source. It's not on GitHub, just my own project. The vast majority of employers will not let you stream working on their stuff. So if you're working at a company and you're thinking you can share the code just on a stream, you almost certainly cannot. Just fair warning. Spinning to winning. Okay, let's see. You know, I like Paint Job. It's a fun game. Let's see. Whoa. Oh, right. Yeah, this is the new games page. Whoa, that's so trippy. I was like, oh, this is the home page because, you know, it's got the same stuff. It's almost like the home page. It's just without the news and it's like this is just like whoosh. I wonder if we can even do like a transition where it's like whoosh. Probably can. I need to make the site whooshier. I need to make more whoosh. Okay, well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a private room because I want to show this to you, Aaron's here. This is pretty cool. Oh wait, I'm gonna go to localhost because it's not pushed yet. So now I made something really useful for people in Australia. You can type /Australia and now the site will be the right way up. And you can fix it just by typing it again. This is so useful. I know. It's so useful. Another question, where am I from? I'm from the US. Grew up in Texas, although I don't have an accent. You know, yeehaw. But I live on the West Coast. All right, so let's go back to a game. Cool, we're at a game. Let's see, what was the spacing here? That yeehaw gave it away, to be honest. Oh no. 18, okay, so you got 18 pixels there. That room looks like SF. I used to live in SF, but this is not SF. But don't worry, my place is basically void of any furniture. I've got like a few things, but not much. So that's 12 pixels, and what did I say it was? 18. All right, let's say 12 pixels. Wait, the spacing seems a little funko there. Yes, it is. It is funko. 23. Help, you're upside down. Oh, that's the best way to fix it is to just rotate your monitor 180 degrees, and then it'll be right side up. Alternatively, if you don't want to do that, you can type /Australia or /flip, and it will go back to normal. But I'm surprised. I didn't realize I pushed it. I thought that was still not deployed. No furniture until you have acquired an entire RAID stack server. That's basically a requirement for any software engineer. You're not allowed to have furniture. It's actually illegal until you have a RAID like stack. You've got to have like, you know, dedicated servers in your place first. All right, take care, Fu. Okay, there we go. That's what I want. So, okay, same padding. Okay, so padding is good. Wait, who's trolling? Well, anywho, let's see, we've got to do this thing on my mob right here. Game details, game grid. All right, what is the maximum width that I can do? 100 pixels? Nope. Okay, let's make it bigger, 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 bigger. Oh no, it stopped. Why would it stop getting bigger? That's Funko. Okay. There we go. 380 exactly. Let's make sure that that's the right size over here. Should be about 380. Close enough. Basically. It still feels like their padding is bigger than mine. Okay, never mind. It actually feels like it is the same size. Same. So it's 380 pixels on the outer. Do I know any decent sites for problem solving? Yeah. So there's multiple. You can do hacker rank. This is what I used to do before I got into Google. So, you know, maybe this is useful in some way. Let me just log in. Yeah, so, you know, you can do some of this stuff. So this was fun. And look, they even have problem solving. It's a topic right there. So this is a site for problem solving. Oh, looks like I haven't done much on this site. So if HackerRank doesn't have, I don't know if they have TypeScript or not. I don't remember which languages I was using. But another good one is Code Wars or something. Yeah, Code Wars. This one here. This site's pretty good too. So I know Code Wars has TypeScript. And I would say that doing the challenges on those sites does get you in the the right mindset for going on like these technical interviews and stuff. Because you're basically doing the same skills. Okay, 380 pixels. Just got sent an assessment on Code Signal. I'm not familiar with Code Signal. But again, like I haven't really done these challenge sites in a long time. Technical interview and assessment solutions. This almost reminds me of the site I was looking at when I was trying to hire somebody. Yeah, I might have looked at this site on the other side. Okay. But we ended up not going with somebody from there. We hired like a friend and they ended up being really good. Although, you know what they say about like hiring friends is don't do it because firing them is very hard. Okay, maybe background color here. So let's see. Let's compare the two colors. Yeah, okay, sure. Oh, that is the wrong area. My bad. Let's see, which one was this? This was the paper. All right, so we've got that part pretty much done. I mean, it kind of looks exactly like the other design. Do we want to have this inner box shadow at the bottom there? Well, if I do it, and then even if it's like it's always going to be here, right? Let me show you what it looks like. Box shadow, an inset, 0, let's just say 18 pixels. Oh no, negative 18 pixels. And then to get it, you think it'll look better if it's there? Oh, you can't even see it? Okay. Obviously this looks like not great, but there's a simple fix to it. What you do is you make it so that I'll show you. There's a way to do it. You have to like expand the box shadow, and then you gotta move it up, and you gotta do some funky magic, and you have to put it at the end. But it's totally doable. Alright, so let's take a look at my guide, because I've solved this before. So, box shadow, inner shadow. Well, it's gonna be one of these things. This is a 90-degree inner shadow, so it must be this. Alright, so this needs to be on an after element. On the inner, I believe. So, and colon after. And if it's like that, that means we need a position relative. What position relative does, if you're not familiar, is it'll kind of catch any absolute position children so that they will be relative to the relative parent. Whichever ancestor is closest, it'll be relative to that one. So if its parent is relative, it'll be relative there. If its parent is not relative, but its grandparent is relative, it'll be relative to that. So we go ahead and we do this, contents. And we do this whole position absolute song and dance. All right. So what this does is it makes a pseudo element that is the whole size of the parent. And then we can go ahead and we set a background or box shadow, which is an inset. And we have to copy on all this jazz. Okay. So let's open up this thing here. Okay, so what do we have? Box shadow inset, distance plus size over 4. The size over 4 is what prevents the box shadow from kind of going all over the place. Because we only want the shadow to show up on the bottom, we don't want it to show up on the left and the right. And so we make it bigger than it needs to be. So distance is 2, size is 2. 2 divided by 4 is 0.5, so it's 2.5. And then it's the size, which is 2 pixels, and the negative half size, and then the color, which is going to be like that. And that is absolutely not the right drop shadow, so I copied that wrong. Where is that drop shadow? Don't tell me it's this. Okay, thank goodness it's not that. Where is it? There it is. That's the one that I want. Oh, here it is. No. It's a layer mask? Okay. So unfortunately, this is not implemented as a shadow. It's implemented as a layer mask. Now, the problem with the layer mask is wait, what? Div parent position relative. Even though the child's absolute is only absolute within the parent's div? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's exactly how it works. And you can do it with pseudo elements too. Okay, so, Unfortunately, this is a layer mask. And I don't have support for layer masks. Looks like this also is a layer mask. We could implement this as a layer mask, but it's probably going to work better as a shadow. Probably of the same color. I guess we'll just have to modify the size. If that's okay, I can implement this. So we know what the color needs to be. It needs to be this. So let's rewrite this so that we can play with it. Shadow distance and shadow size. Let's just say like 10 pixels, or we'll say 10, and we'll say like 5. We'll obviously have to play with that quite a bit. Okay. So based on my thing, it's distance, so shadow distance plus shadow size over 4. And then it's the size is here. And then this one is negative size over 2. Okay. What stack am I currently running? This is another question I should add to like a fact. The stack I'm using is React, TypeScript, Firebase, Phaser, on the back end, and MUI. And on the back end, it's Kubernetes, Firebase, Node.js, Express. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Express. So a friend said this, you should suggest for her to use Ramda instead of Lodash. Oh, no, Ramda's this alternative to Lodash. Some people say it's not an alternative. They say there's like certain differences to it. I don't really care all that much. Like I understand Lodash. Ramda is less concerned with performance and more with simple and clean API design. I see no issues with Lodash's API as is. Let's see, underscore dot union. He's a spiffy web dev. Yeah, he probably uses all of the latest and greatest things. For me, Lodash works great. I see no reason to change. I don't typically chase the latest and greatest thing, or I try not to. With one exception, I chase the heck out of the latest and greatest HTML and CSS changes. Like when AVIF comes out, because it's like more performant, it's like way smaller file size. I chase the heck out of that. As soon as support is available, I try to be on that. Same for like web transport. As soon as that's available on Firefox and Safari, I want to be on it. But as far as libraries go, unless it gives me an advantage, like smaller file sizes, more performance, I'm not particularly interested. But I can see why. It's definitely fun to learn new things, right? It's a lot of fun. No worries. I think it's fine, Some people, they really do like to chase that kind of stuff, and that's great and all. But for me, Lodash does everything I need. Like, it's not worth replacing for me. Okay, so let's see. Whoa, whoa, that's trippy. What's this going on? Oh, I know what's going on. I forgot to disable the clicking. What's your opinion on JetBrains products? Been using WebStorm for a while and feel more comfortable with it, but very subjective, I guess. For me, I use JetBrains products because it's what I used at Google, it's what I know, and it's worked fine. Again, like I typically use what works until it doesn't work, or until there's a better alternative that is worth switching to. Like if I switched to Visual Studio Code, for example, I would need to make sure that all of the hotkeys that I use frequently are there, or that there is a good alternative. I'd have to configure it up properly. So there's a lot of time investment that would be required from me. And if I can spend the time required for that doing something else, I'll probably do something else. Like it needs to save me the time that I'm going to spend investing on it for it to be worth it. No, where is this thingamabobber? I told it to be a pseudo element right here. So disable pointer events. That's so weird. Where is it? Where is my... Oh, there it is. Inset, 11.25 pixels, 5 pixels. Oh, it needs an extra thing. Wait, why doesn't it why is it not happy with the box shadow? Inset, 5 pixels, 5 pixels, 5 pixels, 5 pixels. RGB. That's happy with that one. Oh, maybe this can't be negative? That's what it is. I see. This is going in the wrong direction. And I think we just have to fix the Z index. Yep, there we go. So it needs to be a 0, and then this needs to be like something like that. Let's see, how does this normally work? I forget. Right, okay, so then this last one's negative. Yeah, that's what it is. Okay. Something kind of like that. Let's see. There's a bit more feathering to it, so how do I make it more feathering? Looks like that, yep. That's pretty close, right? All right, cool. So we just have to fix the z-index, and we've got a way simpler box shadow now. And then the position of this needs to be somewhere else. So it needs to not be on the inner part of this whole thingamabobber, it needs to be elsewhere. So let's stick it here. Which means this needs position relative. And that was not the right call. Okay, well, that looks funky. Okay. So we need to be inside. I guess this is good enough. Okay, let's just make sure that whatever we choose has the right height. Hmm. So it's a pseudo element here. What if I put it on the paper? There we go. Now, one thing is that it's always going to be there, so it just kind of, for the very bottom, it's still there. I can't make it like disappear. Unless I have a listener on the scroll, and then if it can tell if it's at the bottom, and if it's at the bottom, then is that okay? All right, cool. Let's move on to the next thing. So now we need the middle bit. We also need to improve the join game thing because that needs to be like on the right side. This one's for 4 in a row. All right, I can't actually start a game. Okay, let's do the middle bit. Okay. Looking at this, it looks very much like an avatar. Oh, right, there's no inventory anymore. It's all gonzo. What if I... Oh, right, and this is also... Thinking... I know we changed this title based on the game. Okay, so that's nav title. Nav title. Get title. Here we are. Given a game returns a proper title for the nav bar. This is literally just like a JSX component. This doesn't need to be a function. This could just be like a title. Like, legit, this is just a title. Oh, I see. I see why it's the way that it is. I still think it's funky dunky, but I see why it's why it is the way it is. Let's just move this then. There. And now we have, basically what I'm doing right now is whenever you click on a game on Foony, right? And you actually make a game, such as like paint job, it changes the title to this. So I'm just taking this because we've got the same kind of thing right here. The title shows up right there. So I'm making this a reusable component so that I can stick it elsewhere. All right. So I guess I'm just gonna have this be game title, because that's what it is. It's a title for the game. And we'll just make it, you gotta pass in the game ID. Hi Temptations, welcome back. All right, let's see. So now we need to do this source thingamabobber. How's it going? Oh, TH3, welcome back. It's going pretty good. I still can't figure out that bug with SSE. It's not a bug with SSE, it's a bug with my client and trying to finagle my state so that it works the same exact way as the Firebase real-time database. It's really odd because I thought it was a referential equality kind of thing. And so I made sure that I changed the reference equality. But even with a different reference equality, the use effect for React is not triggering. And that was very surprising to me. I don't know if it's a bug. I'm guessing it's not a bug. So what I need to do at this point is I need to dive into the React code and just see like what's going on. How is use effect actually implemented under the hood? Is there maybe something weird going on? So that's the next step. So until then, I'm just working on the theme. And I'll fix that bug off stream just because, you know, I think people have seen enough of that, you know, just fixing that one bug. So I'll do it off screen and off stream, and then I will show people how I fixed it later. Okay. So we've got this game title. Great stuff. We have a game title. That's amazing. Woohoo. Game title. Yay. Wow. So incredible. So now you have game. Let's go ahead and make a component for the game title. There we go. And game title. There we go, and now it's fixed. There. Great, now that we have exported or refactored the game title out into its own tiny little component, we can reuse it. Dry, keeping the code dry. All right, game main menu. Game title. Yeah, game title. All right, so this is game ID equals props. There we go. We have a title. Great. Now we need to make it like jumbo size. And yeah, it needs to be a little bit bigger. So if I click on 4 in a row, oh, look at that. Oh, the title changes. Ooh, magic. And then you've got like this, and it's like Dynamite Alpha, blah. The image, it doesn't exist, blah. Everything else has a nice title. Well, I guess that's why it's alpha. Okay, so 4 in a row. All right, so we have that, but now we need a nice big ol' image. So how do we do the image? Okay. It looks like an avatar. It's got the same kind of look. So how does that work? Well, we got buttons. Lots of buttons. We don't actually need a button for online lobbies because we already show the lobbies on the home page. There's no button there. So let's see, we got the game title. I guess game buttons. I mean, it's kind of like just a bunch of buttons. I kind of want to make this like a UL, like an unordered list kind of thing. Oh my gosh, I can't HTML anymore. Okay, there we go. And then it's like button, and it's got like variant equals contained, color equals primary, and it's something like that. I guess those would be li. HTML. Yeah, something like that. You know, there used to be .htm as an extension. I don't know what .htm is. I mean, you still have .htm as an extension. But I don't know why you need to make it like save a single letter. Okay, be right back. HTML is used as an alternate to HTML for some operating systems and servers that don't accept four-letter extensions. Wow, I learned something new. I didn't realize there were operating systems that didn't accept four-letter extensions. That is mind-boggling to me. Let's just make this a div. Class name equals classes.name buttons. All right, there we go. Okay, so we have the game title, and now we have the buttons. Game buttons. I almost want this to like just be not an extra. Just like this. No, like super basic. And I'll just move this stuff into the game main menu like that. And then obviously we need to fix it up. All right, so this plays flex on that. Oh, that looks funky. Okay, let's not do that. All right, we just need to fix the size of the room container. There we go. Get in there. Let's see, what's the width of this? Looks like they're both the same. It was 380 on that side, so this also needs to be 380. Okay, rooms container. Let me game details rooms. So this will be side column width. There we go. That way they both get changed at the same time. Cool. Now then, let's see, what is the style for that one? Looks like it's basically the same exact style. So let's go ahead and copy that style. There we go. Got some margin going on, which really I could have done with this other one as well. That would have been less weird. So this could have been margin here. There. Just have it flex scroll 1 and now it will fill the space. Now I feel like we might want to stick this in maybe in a container with a max width on it, potentially. Actually, nah, I don't know. Yeah, I feel like it probably should have a max space because you don't want to have the buttons like ridiculously massive. There's no need for that. I'm actually wondering, what do people prefer on this? Do they want like, do they want the side panels, like the left and the right, to get wider? Because I feel like the center should kind of be a fixed size. Okay, I have a plan. let's see. So we will have flex grid 1 on game main menu. And then we need to like have a limit to how big this gets. And then we need to like center it so that it's all in the center, and then we'll make it like expand at certain breakpoints, I guess. That way the game cards will always look really good. All right, so now it's centered. Great. Oh, definitely not that one. We want align items. There we go. Actually, that is kind of centered, isn't it? Yeah, it's perfectly centered. Okay, so we'll do that. Justify content and align items. Justify content. Great. Now we need to make this bigger. Let's see, what kind of multiple do we need on this thing? All right, so we're currently 22. And we want to be about 37-ish. 35, so 22 to 35, we're increasing it by 13, which is slightly more than half. About 55%-ish increase. Let's just use, okay, 35 and 22. All right, so 1.59x, the current size. So game title, how does this title work? So we specify a height. So take the current number, multiply by 17.6, and I get 28. Perfect. Shockingly, it's exactly 28. Do I know C code by any chance? It's been a long time. If you show me some C code, I can understand it, I can read it, but if you're asking me, do I know all the standard libraries for C anymore? It's been a while. It's been a long while. All right, so game title, let's pass in the height. There we go, now that's the right size. So we got to fix the spacing. And we need a title, and then we need to fix the matrix stuff for the buttons, because this is a different kind of matrix. So we'll have to do some fancy schmancy stuff to get it to look like this. And we're getting there. Slowly but surely, we are getting there. I say slowly but surely, but I mean, like, what, we spend half a day on this and it's almost done? And then tomorrow we have to do the, I guess tomorrow we'll have to finish this up. It'll probably take another half a day. And then we'll do the lobbies, that'll take a day. And then shortly after that, we can release this. Release the Kraken. Thank you, Joyd, for the sub. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. Droid is fake? Oh. Droid is very real. He's a liar? Don't worry, I believe you, Droid, because you're subbed and he's not. You tried to at her and she wasn't here? Honestly, I appreciate all of you. Whether you're subbed or not subbed, everybody who's here is... Oh, wow, Snickerdoodle, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for the sub. I very much appreciate it, both of you. Whether you sub or not, I appreciate it either way. Thank you for being here. Hi, Best. Welcome. We are implementing the theme. Okay, let's see. User hidden. What on earth? How do I fix this? This doesn't make any sense. No, I think there's a bug here. Ah, I figured it out. Okay. Okay, anywho, back to this. So we've got this background thingy we need to do, which is probably gonna be pretty easy. And then we have to fix the buttons, and that'll be also pretty easy. So let's see, how do we get this design here though? Oh, I have an idea. I have this thing where I can do upcoming items. Yeah, it's one of these. I think it's like a dash, maybe. There it is. Perfect. Oh, and this is exactly what I want. This right here. Well. Oh, accessibility properties. Oh, that's really cool. Thank you, Sam. I appreciate it. Thanks for the sub. Thank you, all of you. I appreciate it a lot. And whether you sub or don't sub, I appreciate you all equally. I just appreciate the subs more equally. I'm kidding. I'm messing with you. I appreciate everybody. Okay. Tooltip icon. Tooltip icon, okay. So this is how it works. We need to take a this and somehow move it out. I think. Because I don't think the regular items, maybe they do. Maybe I just can't see it because the background. Let's try this. Okay, so confirmed it's only for this one part here. So let's move it out. So this is tooltip icon. What is tooltip icon? How is that styled? Background, box shadow, all this fancy schmancy stuff. Okay, let's move that out. Account, item, item tooltip. Let's move that. Components, accounts, item. Item tooltip. Well, this is more like an item, with a glow? Item icon? I think I have an item icon now. Item icon .ts. Oh, there's no item icon. Oh. Function. Item icon. Wait, no. Function. Item icon. Cool. That makes it simple and easy. Great stuff. Item icon. All right, and now it's just this thingamabobber. All right. So, tooltip icon, that's an item icon. And it's just need to pass in the item ID, which is oh, it's not necessarily an item icon because it's an icon picture. Item ID or game ID. So it'll be that. And then is there anything else we need there? Type, I guess type. Hi, Banshan, welcome. We are implementing the theme for Foony right now, the new flat theme. Earlier, everybody was like, yeah, the flat theme, way better. So I'm very happy that everybody agrees because that is the correct opinion to have. And yeah, we'll be getting it out very soon. So item icon. And the type equals item. Oh, that's the wrong opinion. Oh no. Sansadar, that is the wrong opinion to have. That's fine. I'll have like some kind of a toggle where you can use the old one. You want to learn how to code? Maybe one of these days I'll have to do like a stream where I just like teach people how to code. You're joking? Mm-hmm. Okay, I believe you. Yep. You got an ad? Oh, unfortunate. Punished by capitalism. Hey, I gotta eat somehow. Tooltip icon, item glow. Is that all that I have? Yep, tooltip icon and item glow. So delete everything else. Tooltip icon and item glow. Slash ban at user ID. Whoa. I don't want to have to ban anybody. So let's see. Where am I from? I'm from Texas. Yeehaw. I don't have both Texan accents, but I'm from like I guess I'm mostly from the West Coast now. But originally I'm from Texas. Okay, so we've got this, item ID, game ID. Where's the game ID? Howdy there, partner. Let's see. You have the least Texan accent I have ever heard. I know, that's what everybody says, but I really am. I really am from Texas. But like, if I try to do a Texan accent, it won't sound like a Texan accent. You're from the Philippines? Not good in English? Hey, your English is better than my second language skills. So you're doing amazing. Like, I don't even have a cowgirl hat or something because I don't have the accent. So I think if I were to wear anything that's like proper Texan, it would be like impersonating a real Texan. You're from Germany? Your English is literally meh? I think your English is great. All these people here, so humble, saying their English isn't good when it's actually really good. Item ID or game ID. Type. Type. There we go. Oh, Greek. Oh, Greek. Oh, my bad. I'm not good with these, non-American country codes. Like, if it's not USA, I don't really know what it is. Try to wear a Texas hat? Maybe one day I'll wear one. Okay. So we've got item icon. All right, and that should be good to be good. Good to be good. All right, and that still works. That's good that it works. It worked before, so if it didn't work now, well, that would be ungood. All right, so what's the next step? Next step is, yes, I figured out the next step. Let's see, displays an item or game icon, a nice purpley background around it. Purple. Yay. Okay. Item icon. And now we do that, and now we do this, and we do that, and we do this, and that, and this, and that. Do that, and then this needs to be, what's the type on this one? Icon, picture, item, game, yeah, all this jazz. Okay. Type, game, and item. Okay. And of course it's not happy with me because it's a little more specific. Just do this. What? Why is it not happy? Game main menu. Type is game, and this is game as well. Oh. And this is why TypeScript is so nice, because it's like, hey, it doesn't have that property. Are you crazy? And oh, that's cute. Oh, look at that. That's so cute. Now I have to make it bigger. Yeah. JavaScript. TypeScript. I like TypeScript because TypeScript is nice. Ooh, there's a really weird margin on this thing. That doesn't make no sense. So tooltip icon. Oh, also the name on this needs to be changed. This is item icon. But I mean, yeah, TypeScript is basically JavaScript except with types. It would be like, yeah. You know Python has types as well? It's just they're optional, so nobody uses them. So it's kind of sad. Okay, so all of this needs to be like theme spacing as well. You never heard that? Yeah, Python has types. Python 3 has types. Python 3 types. Annotations. See? Python. You can put them there or not. They're optional. They should be required, but they are optional. The typing also isn't as good as in TypeScript. The more you know, right? Okay, type, item, icon, props. Okay, what do we have here? We have class name. Just gonna be a requirement in a second. And we have all of this jazz. Yay, stuff. Stuff and jazz. Here we go. It's from Python? What's from Python? The Python and TypeScript, they both have types. Not sure what's from Python. Item icon props. There we go. Class name. Okay. So now item icon, the thing that uses it, I believe is this. Yeah. So we have to have class name, classes equals item icon. Oh, whoops. Tooltip item icon. I believe it was theme spacing too, right? Okay, so item glow. Which I can delete. And I can delete tooltip icon as well, I believe. Yep. There we go. Was I an SDE at Google? No, I was a SWE, software engineer. What is an SDE? Senior data engineers or something? Oh, dev engineer. Yeah, I've never heard. Oh, I guess SDE is. I guess I was. I'm not familiar with the term SDE. At Google, we call it an SWE, a SWE, for software engineer. So yeah. Yeah, I was a software engineer at Google. I was a SWE 4. So yeah. Okay, item icon. We've got a width and a height. Width and height. That way we can make it bigger. Now, the width and height of the item icon is based on the width and the height. Oh yeah, we can totally work with it. Is there anything fancy schmancy here? The blur as well. So all of that jazz needs to be modified. Easy. Here's what we'll do. All right. So we have the number 62, so that's 14 more than 48, or that's a bit messy. Okay, let's use a calculator. 14 out of 48 is what? 30 something percent? No, almost. Yeah, see, that's why it's messy. Okay, what about 62 over 48? Yeah, that's still messy. Okay. So this is the item icon, const item icon width is just going to be 62 over 48 times width. And I don't like these numbers because, you know, in math, you gotta simplify everything, right? Until it doesn't divide anymore. And now you're looking at like, what, 2, 3, 8, and some other jazz. So that's, you know, I think 31's prime. I think. So that can't be simplified anymore. Item icon height. Same for the height. I still don't like, you know what, I'm just gonna put this back. Just because it's proper in math doesn't mean it's proper in programming. And instead of this 48 everywhere, const default size default. Can I give some tips on how to be good at programming? You know, C++ and a little DSA? What language is that? Oh, data structures and algorithms? Okay. Some tips. Private by default. Don't make things public unless they need to be. Okay, that's a tip. Another tip. If you're not using it, don't code it. So what I mean by that is you might think, oh, well, I have to get the width. And so if I need to get the width, then, well, there's also this height, I'll have get height. And maybe there's also get bounds. I could have that. Don't add it. If you're not using it, if you're not using the method or the function or whatever, don't add it. Only add it when you need it. So that's a tip. Another tip. Everything is constant by default. So in some languages you'll have const and you'll have let, or you'll have like var or whatever. Treat it as constant. Once it is assigned, it is not reassigned. By default. I mean, like when you need to reassign something, it's okay to, but otherwise, like by default, it's constant. Another tip, comment. If the method is public or it's protected and it's used outside of the function or outside of the file, definitely comment. Even if it's private, consider commenting it. Because when you're trying to maintain code, it's very important that you comment that code. Even in a few months, you'll come back to it and you'll be like, what is this? Why does it work this way? And then you might introduce a bug when you're rewriting it because you saw something and you're like, well, that's weird. Why is it doing that thing? And then you clean it up and then, oh no, something broke. Let's see what else. I mean, that alone will get you pretty far. Try to stick to a style and, keep all of your code nicely formatted. But that's not too big of an issue. There are things like Prettier and other stuff that will format all your code for you automatically. So it's not like super important to get right. What else? I don't know. Let me read a style guide. Google has like a style guide for best practices, and they have them in like different languages. This isn't the only kind, but for example, you've got this style guide. This, just read it. Seriously, just read this if you're doing C++, and it will get you very far. Anything on logic building? Can you be more like specific on what you mean by that? But yeah, I would read Google's style guide or another style guide for any of the languages that you are using. Like if I was to get into C++, one of the very first things I would do is I would read this. And I would just try to follow this convention because it's probably a pretty good one. Simple as that. Oh wow, there's a TypeScript style guide. See, I should read this, and I probably will somewhat soon because that sounds useful to me. Okay, so let's see, 40, 62, 48. And if you're specifically doing Java, there's this book by Josh Block, very popular, very recommended, called Effective Java. And if you were doing Java, I would read this cover to cover. There's a lot of really useful things in here. Okay, default wrapper size. So that's the item icon width and size. Enforcing the style in the formatter linter is the best option. I agree. That's where prettier or something like prettier comes into play. It just enforces a style and it just fixes all your stuff for you. You don't have to think about it. And that really 100% is like the best way to do it. There's some weird things where if you're trying to do Google's rectangle rule, then formatters don't really follow it. It's because it's kind of loosey, like loosey-goosey, whatever. Google rectangle rule. But this is just like totally optional and is not at all necessary. Using something like prettier will get you 95% of the way there and will give you something that's pretty good. Okay. Okay, so let's see, we got the width, we got the height. Go and Rust are really good at that. I bet they are. I'm sure Gust or Go has like a format that you use for your code. You follow the format. All of the code looks like that. It's really nice. Hola, ¿cómo está? Très bien. Mucho gusto. Muy bien. I don't speak Spanish, I'm sorry. Hi Envy, welcome back. ¿Y tú? Width and height. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we had 48. How big do we need to make this? IDK. Let's just make it big or bigger. All right, made it bigger, and that now looks super funky. Whoa. So I'll fix that. Yes, that's a lot of glow. That's a lot of glow. It's too much glow. Okay, here's the glow. Oh, the top, bottom, left, and right. And it's just like this massive circle. You were hanging out on Omegle. Oh man, that is. I remember that. That is an old site. Omegle is a place on the internet where people are on the internet and do things on the internet. It's like a chat site. You have your webcam on, you talk to a random stranger. You can imagine how that goes. You can kind of do that on Foony. But anyways, yeah, there's stuff on there. There's definitely stuff on that site. Item glow. may or may not be safe for work. Yeah. Item glow, filter. So I guess that's just based on the width and the height. There we go. You use Omegle to improve your English speaking? Is there nothing better? I'm reminded of like this place called, I think it's Langate. And on this site, this is what I used for Japanese at one point, I think. Wait, it had been stopped. Hi, native. Oh, you used to be able to use a site like this, and they used to be able to improve, like, they would fix the errors in your writing, and you would fix the errors in their writing, and then you could get on like Skype or something with them, and you could chat with them to improve your language skills. Okay, I guess it's just called High Native now. Yeah, basically something like that. Okay, so let's see, how different is this title thing? Okay, it's just literally avatar. So there's an ellipse. And that ellipse is probably feathered, I'm guessing. 42 pixel feather. And we have a certain color. Okay, 42. That is the thing, 42. So here we have a filter thingy-mabobber. Okay, there we are. 42 with cropping. Okay, how do I do a filter feather? Okay. Preferred with a pseudo element blur X, which is the size of the feather. So like 42 pixels. Let's just refresh. So apparently it's saying it needs to be like blur, like mega blur. Yeah, that is a mega blur. That's like a mega pint of a mega blur. Okay. And then other than that, you just have to make sure that it doesn't like stick outside of this thing. So I need to have overflow none. Like that. Another desk. Is it co-working? It's not co-working. This is not a desk. It's like an island. And I have other laptops set up over there because I've got a Mac and I have a lot of laptops. I have a lot. But no, I live by myself. Okay, so let's see, we've got still your sentence. Okay. Yeah, I stole your sentence and I'm not giving it back. $42. Seems like 42 is basically right. Maybe the color's different? Oh, the color's totally different. Like, totally different. Okay. You're gonna be a proper fanboy and say, what, Mac? I should get a real laptop like a Lenovo? You mean like my Lenovo Legion 7i or whatever it's called? This thing. You probably can't see it, but yeah, Lenovo. Yeah, because the Mac wasn't very good, and so I needed a real computer like a Lenovo. And that thing works so much better. It's almost good enough for a desktop. It's just that then I got a real desktop and it kind of crushes the performance. You feel me on the laptops, but instead you have monitors and extra computer parts? Whoa, whoa. I have multiple monitors, and I've got like 3 keyboards at least. I've got multiple mice. I don't have a car because I spent the money that I would have spent on a car on computers. Buy a MacBook M2 Max? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't know about that. You know, the Max, that was a phase, okay? That was a phase in my life. I wanted to try something new. I wanted to see if I was missing out on anything. And now I know. I'm not missing out on anything by not having a Mac. It does not improve my life. It is not necessary. You also have 3 desks because you like to do different work at each one. That's amazing. That's like as much furniture as I own in my entire place. I have 1 table. Like, I have that laptop over there sitting on the floor because I don't even have a stand for it. Mac was a sad phase. All those adapters, I know. I still have like this MacBook. And it's got all these USB-C ports, and like you know, I want to plug a mouse into it or I want to plug something into it, and I'm just like, okay, you know what, Mac, you lost. You lost. I just realized the time though. I've got to go. So I didn't notice. It's actually yeah, I gotta go like ASAP. So I've got to thanks for watching. I appreciate everybody tuning in. But it's time for me to go, and I will find somebody to raid. If anybody has any suggestions. Oh, there's not a lot right now. Um, hmm. Let's see. Oh, thanks for tuning in, everybody. I appreciate it. Let's see. Any recommendations on who to raid? How about this? Do they speak English? Let's see. Actually, this one's chess. You know, we're talking about chess today. How about chess? All right, we'll do this person.